Are we live? We are live. Sweet. All right. -6 on open. Yikes. So much for the hope for the bottom there. There. Up there. See where that drop came from. Okay, so that drop was pretty much immediately after close. 4% on pre-market. We actually went down -11% overnight. More market bleed. Now the retailers are getting hold of it. And hopefully up we go. Red, 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 red. We are we're at 4.1 million. We are currently the second most highest volume. Jeez. A war is being waged. It doesn't look like much, but they're fighting. Luckily, it looks like it's mostly green. That's an 11% return right there for whoever bought the bottom. Yeah, 11%. I mean, at some point, this stock's going to be undervalued, and so it's going to entice big money to show up. And 20 might have been that number. Our volume's through the roof, and it's all green. Let's see how this plays out. We should have hit some form of a bottom going into the 20s. I don't want to sound confident that we're going to go up, but there is a theoretical limit to how low you can go. Yeah. Also, too, some of the reason for the market going shitty the last couple days is I just read that the Russian ambassador was talking about moving medium-range nuclear missiles to level Europe if the Ukrainian crisis continues. And I'm like, that's not going to be good for the market, right? Nuclear war pretty much puts a hamper on economic progress. And so that does explain some of the red. They're going to pull their money out of the market or shuffle their money into defense and I guess nuclear protection suits. Oh yeah. I mean, you can't reference nuclear war and then point to the United States and say we're going to get you and not get, clubbed into the Stone Age. Even France and the UK, which have massive armies, nothing, of course, to the United States, but I mean, massive professional armies, they're not going to just sit there and get nuked. So, yeah, there's going to be some ass kicking. Russia's going to get some. The question is how far and how much. Are they going to push right to Moscow and kick out, Putin? Or are they just going to slap them so hard that, they capitulate? But, Russia's pretty ballsy, but once they get kicked in the nuts, I don't know how ballsy they're going to be. So, anyways, it'll be interesting to see how this escalates, I think if push comes to shove, I think Russians would hold out pretty much the longest out of most countries. Maybe Japan or China might hold out a little bit longer just because they got nothing to lose. You know, you nuke them into the Stone Age and they're just like, yeah, well, that's every day. You nuke America into the Stone Age and 30% of the population's complaining their cell phone doesn't work, right? So it's a completely different culture. So it would be interesting to see, you know, what they do. But that has an effect on the market, of course. You know, people worry, and when they worry, they pull their money out or they move it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, it'll be interesting. But this is looking good. That looks like it's going to be a power shape. It doesn't go down any lower. We should be okay. Dun, 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 dun. Out of the 153 new cases, 1 in 3 were Omicron in Ontario. And out of the 153,000 cases, sorry. 1,500 cases. Jesus, if I can speak English. 1 in 3, eh? Not bad for a virus that just appeared out of nowhere. God, it spreads like wildfire. But the reason for that too is the people that fucked up the first time are the same people that fuck up at the second time, right? So it's like, ooh, the virus is spreading because the idiot didn't learn the goddamn lesson and they're doing it again. Yeah. When you really have to worry is when a virus starts picking up speed when it's reached criticality. So let's say, you know, the virus has infected 90% of people, like chickenpox. And then all of a sudden, chickenpox decides to amp up its game out of nowhere. That's a worry. If it's a new strain and it just comes around again, well, that's just like getting new chickenpox and you're going to infect the same people. Not that scary. But if it like mutates inside the person, doesn't create a new strain, but just gets beefier, then there's something wrong. Or if it has like a latent period, causes side effects you don't know. So you get the flu this time, and then 20 years you get like ass cancer. That's a cause for concern. Because then your whole population's on a time bomb. It's like, yeah, then you got to worry a little. But these virus strains just cleaning out the weak and the simple. Knock them out. Yeah, it's between 4 to 8. I don't know what the infection rate is for Omicron though. Chickenpox is like 16. The New York Times did a good article on it. New York Times infection rate infographic. Let me look it up since I can't really remember the numbers. But it's definitely less infectious than chickenpox. Come on. May not even be the New York Times. Yeah, that's a good one there. People are like, "Oh, vaccines don't work." It's like one person used to infect 2.5 people. Now, one person infects, 15 people instead of 406. It's all about can't stop the virus, but it can't fly. So just stay the fuck away from each other. But where's that infographic? It was quite good. Woof. UK has liver disease out the wazoos. Compared against what? Oh, this is just random infographics. Okay. It's virulence compared. Damn it! It was a great infographic. Well, they got a new one, but it's not as good. Yeah, it's more infectious than the flu, but there's chickenpox, and there's measles. Measles is an ass kicker. Measles is like 98% infection rate if you're inside the same household. It's like she's good. But fortunately, the measles is not, deadly. It's just highly infectious. Yeah. But yeah, it says nothing about its deadliness. But where's the cool chart? Anyways. Yeah, but anecdotal evidence is you got to know the statistics and all that crap that goes behind it. You can't just be like, oh, 4 people died, therefore. It's not how it works. And you also are overlooking the whole fact that people have long COVID. So even though they're not dying because of Western medicine in Western hospitals, they're coming out fucked up. And so it's not like they're walking away just because they don't mark as a casualty doesn't mean they're not wounded, right? It's like actually, I learned the other day. They're quoting casualties in World War One, but in World War One, a casualty means you're unable to fight. It doesn't mean you died. So the casualty rates are through the roof, but that's because a lot of people were getting trench rot, and they were getting this muscle bacteria paralysis caused by body lice. 1 in 3 of those casualties was caused by body lice infections. So they're not dying. Those numbers are like, oh, millions of casualties. Yeah, except 1 in 3 of those was not killed in action. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? But their definition of casualty is different. And I'm like, this is stupid. Because casualty nowadays generally means dead. It does still mean, can't fight, but can't fight generally means dead or like fucked up beyond repair. Where in World War One, it was just, he was squirrely or he was really sick. But it's the change in the medical and the change in definition. But we use the same word. Anyways, it was just a point to how stats can be misleading. You have to know the background on it. And I was like, that's fucking shit. Well, Nev, you also live in isolation in the hills, but it's all good. Oh man, even if the data is not hidden, like in Canada, the data is out there, completely open. They're just putting it out there, but people can't understand the data, so they take it and they're just like, "Oh, conspiracy." Like I just ran across some part of Twitter this morning and people are like, "I'm so defiant and I'm the true American because I don't get vaccines. You don't tell me what to do." And then they complain that they got kicked off their job and they're like, "Well, I stood up for what I wanted to because I'm a real patriot." And it's like by this mentality, drug dealers, drunk taxi drivers, airplane flyers that drink too much. Oh, we shouldn't kick them out of their job. I thought this was America. I'm free to do whatever I want until I slam my airplane and kill everyone that's in it, right? What, you say I can't drunk drive? Well, I thought this was America. But, anyways, the point is, they are all making the same argument that, it's a conspiracy, that information is being held from them. But really, what it is they don't understand how the basic immunity system works, right? So they're freaking out about numbers that they can't even interpret. Like one of my favorite ones that I read was, well, the vaccine's not 100% effective. It can't stop the virus 100% of the time. And it's like, yeah. And then they go on to talk about your immunity system. And I'm like, your immunity system stops the virus 0% of the time. Because stopping the virus your math means the virus doesn't latch into the body. That's not how the immunity system works. 100% of the time, unless you're wearing a mask, the virus goes into your throat, then your body fights it. But you still got the virus. You fucking idiot. All the vaccine does is allow your body to fight it earlier before it kicks your ass. But they don't understand it, right? So they see that that number is not 100% and they flip shit. And it's like, well, no shit. That's not how it works. It's like, and then they talk about, natural and holistic and all this. And it's like, oh my God. It's sure, okay. Let the Japanese invade your islands and then try to fight them. Or how about we just nuke them before they even get to the island? Which scenario is better? Oh, I'd rather get sick and then fight it off so that I can, tell people how awesome I am. Yeah, it's so dumb. Anyways, that was how I spent my morning today. I was just like, holy shit, you guys are retarded. That's it. That's all it is. I haven't been sick in like, aside from this medical issue I got right now, which is like a biological defect, I haven't been sick in like probably 15 years. Because you wash your damn hands, stay the fuck away from each other, don't have plague ridden kids, don't be kissing and licking stripper poles, and you're fucking golden, man. Viruses can't fucking fly. They can't. They can only latch on to particles, and those particles come from other humans. So it's not rocket science. It's not hard at all. Yeah. But people just don't get it, right? And chances are we've all been exposed to low dose COVID, even if you don't have the vaccine. As long as the viral load isn't high, your body fights it off, right? So you don't even know, and you're like, well, I haven't ever gotten sick. And it's like, you probably have gotten sick, but it was so mild you didn't notice, right? You thought it was bad food or weather change or something, right? But of course, these people are not that bright. So they go and they're just like, well, I've been perfect my whole life. And it's like, no, you've been lucky your whole life. It's like, you've done the right thing, yes. But it's not like you're magically immune from all disease. You've just took the right steps to mitigate, not licking stripper poles. You've isolated yourself from the world. So your risk profile is near zero, right? But it doesn't mean you're some special superhuman. Yeah. Except as much as that's true, Nev, it's not true. You do need exposure, but you need mild exposure. But mild exposure to viruses doesn't make you stronger. It actually subsequently weakens you for the next thing. If you went your whole life without infection, you probably would live longer than most people. The problem is when you get an infection, it will be friggin' severe. But it depends on what you get, right? If you get the cold when you're 89 years old for the first time, it's going to be hard on your system, but it won't kill you. Because that's probably what's going to happen anyways, because the cold mutates all the time, right? If you get the Spanish flu variant when you're 5, it's going to fuck you up for the rest of your life, and every other thing is going to hurt you a lot more. It doesn't give you it gives you immunity for that exact virus, but it actually weakens you. It doesn't make you stronger. That's not a myth, but I guess a urban legend or something like that. Because yeah, if you catch the common cold, it doesn't make you stronger against the flu. In technicality, it actually does for about 14 days because your white blood cells are up in the woods, but it burns off. The temporary like defensive war that your body's building is very short-lived. So really low dose exposure of viruses all the time is probably what's best. Just tiny little bit of virus, a little bit of mold here and there, which is what you get every day living in the world. That's good. But catching a virus, the ones that actually make you sick, those are the ones that are ass kickers. And yeah, you still win, but they're not going to make you stronger going forward. They just weaken you. And then they weaken you. And eventually your body breaks. Or you get so old that your body's unable to fight. And then it kills you. Yeah. No, the vaccine exposure to the not germ, but let's say virus. There is, I guess, vaccines for bacteria, but the exposure just tells your body for a short period of time what the bad guy looks like. It's basically just a big card that says, this guy's Taliban, shoot on sight. So the virus doesn't have time to take root before the body goes, holy crap, suicide bombers everywhere, and I've just lost half of my neighborhood. Then it realizes it needs to fight. As soon as the guy comes in, it goes, hey, fucktard, and goes after it. And so it never gets the chance to take hold. Now, certain things, like say Ebola, even if you had a vaccine, it wouldn't be able to stop it because it's so fucking quick and so fucking deadly. So even if the body knew what it was doing, it would probably be overwhelmed and it's unable to fight. And that's even what's happening right now, right? If you get Ebola and they know the second you get Ebola, like it just got in your eyes and they start pumping you full of basically reinforcements, you still only have like a 30% chance of winning. So you have a 60% chance of dying because your body cannot win. It's just too much of a fight. But of course, something like Ebola is nothing like SARS or MERVs or the flu. Like, fuck, the flu shot is unnecessary. You could go the rest of your life without a flu shot. It's helpful, it doesn't hurt, and it's useful. But realistically, it's like, oh, here comes a third world country to attack America. Oh, thank you, third world country. You might have blown up a few buildings while I wasn't paying attention, but SWAT, it's gone, right? Whereas if you have the vaccine, you would see the boats coming and go, ah, no, and fuck them up before they do any damage. But the point is, what damage can they do, right? Even if full blown flu, it puts you out for 3 days, right? But the flu shot is more about hurting GDP, missed days of work, right? That's more what it is. It's not about keeping you alive, it's keeping you working. This vaccine and other vaccines, like the one that covers the Spanish flu, the one that covers hepatitis and all this, those are ones to stop you from dying, right? And so, because if you die, we can't tax you, right? So, anyways, it's all very simplistic, and you have a right to choose. Uh, you can choose to isolate and live in the woods. That's your prerogative. But when we want to have a working society, there's certain sacrifices that have to be made, such as you have to wear clothes, you can't shoot guns out your window at people, you can't run a giant prostitution ring in your basement. You got to be semi quiet, no crazy music. There's certain societal jazz, right? And yeah, some people don't agree with that. Fine. Go live on your own island. Your prerogative. But the problem with viruses is that you will get it and you will spread it. And my two options are kill you or run away. And I don't want to leave my house, so my options are murdering you. But I can't do that. So my options are getting sick and potentially dying because of you. And so this is the dichotomy, the unfair one side, oh, my rights, and the other side has no rights. My rights are what? Flee or die because of you. Okay. So where's my third option, which is murder you for being an asshat like we would do in the Middle Ages? Oh no, you can't do that because I'm protected by laws. Except you're out killing people, right? Indirectly. So this is where we are. I think we'll see there'll be a change in laws. You'll be responsible for the people you infect, right? Because how is this different than releasing a nerve gas or a toxic vapor, right? A mild toxic vapor. Oh, well, I can't help it. You're breathing in my cigarette smoke. Oh, I just dropped some sarin gas. Well, that's your problem. You shouldn't have breathed it in. It's that sense of I can do whatever the fuck I want, but you don't have the same rights as me. Anyways, so that's where we are kind of on the legal spectrum, which is where do we draw the line and who's responsible and all this sort of stuff. But anyways, that's outside of the scope of this stream, but that's kind of where we're headed. But right now, what we have to deal with is not dying Unless you want to die and then go for it, you know. Some people do. Yeah. Well, the kill count on SARS or the MERV virus is not 1%. The kill count's somewhere closer to 11%. But because of modern medical, we can get it down to about 3 or so. And then it's kind of wish-washy, and it gets end up being closer to 1 with vaccines. Because your stats are a little biased, because in the beginning it killed all the sick and weak, and that's when it was like killing 30 to 80% of people. And then your stats go down because those people are all dead, so the ones that are still living are all healthy. But they're still getting sick, and still a lot of them are dying. But you're keeping a ton of those people alive because of ventilators, and they're just coming out as vegetables and mangled human beings. So they're pretty much dead, but they don't count as a casualty. So your number goes down even lower. But if you look to somewhere like India or any third world country, they're fucking just piling in people in mass graves. It's sure as shit not 1%. And even if it was 1%, 1% of 304 million people is a lot of fucking dead people, right? So it's a lot. Um, but yeah, I think your risk factor of untreated COVID is somewhere around 10% fatality rate. And that's, you basically either survive or you die, which is a 50-50. But because of people being different, your odds of being the person that will die is around 10%, but realistically it's actually lower unless you're in the risk area. When you're in the risk area, you're looking at 30 to 50% chance of living. Like if you're 89 years old and you get COVID, even with a vaccine, you're still rolling the dice, right? Because the vaccine's going to help your body fight, but you have an army of some island in the Pacific Ocean. You're fucked, son. So, anyways, that's kind of where the statistics get kind of weird, because you're dealing with the full spectrum of humanity, right? But you can look to a third world country to see just how bad this virus is. It's not the Spanish flu, thank God, but and the Spanish flu. They actually said, just to go on a tangent, sorry, that if we had the medical systems we had today, the Spanish flu probably wouldn't have killed 1/3 of Europe. Because that virus, as much as it's bad, wasn't really that bad. But it was, they couldn't do anything about it. So people were just, you get it, good luck. Nowadays, you have at least a fighting chance. But it was, I think, more deadlier than this MERVs or the coronavirus family. But most of the deaths was just due to lack of medical ability, right? It's 1918, 19 whatever, right? So, anyways, but point being is, yeah, when you're looking at stats, you got to take in the whole picture, because the numbers, they're wish-washy. And if you're a scientist and you're giving people the real numbers, you're doing your job, but it's up to you as the consumer of those numbers to understand that when they say only 1% of the world's population has died, right? You have to look at how many are exposed. So, okay, only 1% of the population have died, but how much have been exposed? Oh, only maybe 20% of the world population. Okay. So if that 20% became 100%, right? If it spread to every corner of the earth, that number is not going to be 1%. That's telling me that 1% of 20% dies, which makes that around 4 to 5% if we infect everyone, right? And then those numbers change because, those people that aren't being infected, who are they, right? Pygmies, people living in the woods, elderly, right? Or something. So we have to then look at different sets of stats, which is like if you look at a long term retirement home and they get sick, you lose like 2/3 of all the old people in the building. So those numbers aren't 1%. If it was 1%, everyone would walk away, right? Minus one old person, right? Out of 100 people in that building, one person would have died. Not 33 to 66% of them, right? So again, that the idea that it's only 1% is kind of bullshit. You have to take into consideration, right? Yeah, well, I'm fully for natural selection, but at that point too, we go back to the original argument. You know, I want to be healthy, right? I want to live a long life, and you're over there coughing up the plague. What are my options? I can't murder you. I can't lock you in a dungeon. I can't push you in a field into a leper colony or a plague colony. I can't do it, right? So my options are run away from you. Well, then I'm not living anymore because of all these idiots going around being the plague, right? Imagine if zombies had rights. Oh, I can't hurt him, so I just have to walk around and hope he doesn't eat my brains. you know? So it's nice to say, these things, but it doesn't hold up because that's not how societies work. I need to take the bus. I need to go to work. I need to buy goods and services. And you have infected people walking around and they're like, and you're like, well, fuck, you know? Just accept your fate. Yeah. Well, I want my 12 gauge and my chainsaw arm, and I'm going to go Ash Evil Dead on their ass. I'm just solving the problem, officer. The officer gets in there and just helps me out. I thought this was America. Starts shooting the guy, plants the gun in his hand. Yeah, that's right. Don't use your baton when you could shoot the guy and frame him. Anyways, a little bit of a long-winded conversation since whatever. But anyways, at least the stocks recovered. We basically recovered 11% in 30 minutes, which is fucking great. So this is the retractionary off the top. So let's measure that. There we go. And everything is good. Well, that was the Nazis' claim to fame. If we breed out the weak, then we can have the Ubers, the above average German, the Aryans, if you will. But yeah, unfortunately, killing your disabled, pushing your elderly off a cliff, drowning your damaged young. Yeah, it does make your society stronger, but you're also being judged, jury, and executioner. You're denying these people life because you thought they suck. And, cool. Yeah, but this isn't friggin' Sparta, and we really don't need to drown our disabled. They can exist in society. They consume food. They pay their taxes. We're not asking them to run a fucking marathon with no legs. Fine, you know. But the thing is, yes, if they breed or reproduce, then yes, you pass along these problems, but you're also denying them life and love. Now, in some cases, and I don't know if the law still holds, but at least in Canada, if you have some types of diseases, you're actually banned from reproduction. And I think at one point they even force sterilized. I don't think they do that anymore, but they basically will charge you out the ass if you have a children because you're basically you got something that's going to murder the next person down the line, and it's negligence at some point. But I can't remember it. I think it's changed just because that's kind of an 1800s kind of worldview, or at least a pre-Nazi worldview. Eugenics was a big thing in the 1920s to the 1940s, breeding the strong, making our country stronger through selective breeding of humans, right? But of course, that taken too far requires death camps and a lot of gassing. So pick your poison, right? Do you want to be a Nazi, or do you want to just muddle through with some people that can't help it, right? They were born that way, no fault of their own, right? You want to really piss on people, it should be the people that blow their liver from drinking or smoke so much they get cancer. Those people had a choice, made the wrong choice, and they're now a burden to society. So fuck them. But if you're born with defects, you're born a race or you're born a culture or whatever, you got no choice, you know? But you can judge people that had choices and they fucked up. So Actually, religion has taken more people than human violence, but yeah, actual core human violence is pretty low. Border disputes, clan warfare, whatever, but true war, like religious based war, that's killed infinite lots of people. Yeah. Spanish flu took 1/3 of the European population. Yeah. But how much did World War One take out of that? Yeah. Yeah, religion's killed the most, I think. And then second is famine, and then diarrhea, I think, is the third biggest killer. Yeah. Both China, actually communism. Communism's killed most people in the world, more than religion. But religion's definitely up there. But communism's killed the most. Russia lost what, like 12 million? And that's not even the people they sent to war with no guns, no weapons, just to get meat grindered. And then what's the other group? The Khmer Rouge and China. China had a huge famine, lost 6 million. Largest killers of human life infographic. I think it's man. Been a long time since I had to look this stuff up, and all the infographics have changed. Um, who's killed the most? Biggest killers. All right, where are they? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Very similar graphic. Okay. So you have Mao. Mao killed 78 million, and most of that was due to famine. Joseph Stalin killed 23 million, and I think 12 of that was famine, and the rest of that was war, and then civil war. Hitler, 17 million. Leopold II of Belgium, 15. Japan, 5. Turkey, Armenians, 2.5. Pol Pot, 1.7. North Korea, 1.6. Ethiopia, 1.5. And Nigeria, 1.1. And then you would have Rwanda, which is just under a million, at like 700 to 900,000 killed, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Now, if we're counting war loss, you could argue the British sent a whole bunch of people to their death as well. But of course, they're fighting a defensive war. But whatever. But Pol Pot ran a genocide. Hitler ran a genocide. Stalin had an unintentional genocide. Well, arguably unintentional genocide. Mao was just a shit fucking leader and killed all his people from starvation. But 78 million Chinese toast because of his fucking ideology. Communism, fascist. I don't know about Leopold. Emperor dictatorship. Uh, Turkey, fascist. Pol Pot, communist. Kim Jong Sung, probably communist, or at least God complex. Ethiopia, I think is fascist. I'm not sure. At least authoritarian for sure. In Nigeria, no idea. But anyways, that's a lot of fucking people. 78 million. Yeah. Oh yeah, Genghis Khan. Yeah. God knows how many people he killed. Although Khan was kind of killing for land, right? Yeah. Cardiovascular disease kills 17.79 million in 2017. Cancer, 10 million. Respiratory, 3.9. Respiratory again, 2.5. dementia 2.5, digestive 2.3, and then diarrhea 1.5. Geez, drowning kills 295,000 people a year. I wonder how many of that is flooding. Yeah, malaria kills a fuck ton. Yeah. Homicide is almost up there with malaria. Suicide beats malaria. AIDS beats them. TB, which is still a big deal in China. You think tuberculosis should be fucking eradicated. It's preventable, it's treatable, and yet it's still killing everyone. Like, so fucking stupid. Oh, is Genghis Khan in this one? We were just talking about him. No. They have an updated picture with Khan. Oh, they got one with Muhammad. Yeah. Arguably, Muhammad religion has killed 870 million people. Yeah. Yeah. I guess a little hard to blame Muhammad, but yeah. I mean, how many people have the Pope killed, right? Gazillions. Yeah. Muhammad was naughty, yes. Well, that was a religion built in the Middle Ages, right? At least Christianity continued to develop. Like, Judaism was built before the Middle Ages, and it was barbaric, right? You know, kill your neighbor and God will punish you and kill everyone. And then Christianity is like, oh man, we need a better one, make it nicer. And even early Christianity was rough as shit. And then they started making it nicer and nicer. And I think the last edit was in the 2000s, and they've made it like a pansy. Everyone love each other. It's so friendly. There's no, hell's gonna get you, right? It's just peace, love, and they really tried, right? But Islamic writings were still stuck in the Middle Ages, so it's still, if he fucks you, you fuck him, burn his house down, fight, defend, the idea of crusades, which in that case are fatwas and what's the term for it? Jihads, right? But Christianity's moved on from that because they realized you can't have a global religion that's based on killing each other, even though you probably want to do it. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, the Mongols, yeah, they probably have. But then the Mongols, technically, as much as they killed a lot of people, they shagged a lot of people. They put a lot of those numbers back with rape and pillage. Yeah. They're saying Hitler was an atheist, and so was Joseph Stalin. Yeah, a rational nationalist, racial, racial, racial nationalist. Yeah, I don't think that's a religion. This one's good. Uh, uh, who's killed the most? The fucking creeper from 2009 to eternity kills everyone. That's the truth. That creeper. Oh my god. That creeper's probably killed more people. I've always wondered, like, video game deaths, if we added up, all the deaths in video games, like, we're got to be in the trillions. Fuck, what is it? Ghost Recon Wildlands, right? They published their stats for like a month. It was like 207 billion AI characters were dead. I was like, holy frig. You know, but people clocked like a million hours, killing like 1,000 people in those hours. And it's like, oh, okay, I see where the numbers are coming from. But it was nuts. You're like, wow, that's a lot of bodies, you know. In my gaming history, like just the other day, I mowed down probably 400 to 500 British colonials in under a minute. you know, in my lifetime, I've probably killed countless, like entire nations worth of AI population. Yeah. And that's not even counting games where like that Hearts of Iron game I was playing. I gave the Japanese probably 1.5 million casualties, virtual casualties. I personally pulled the trigger probably on entire nations. But if we take in like, area carpet bombing, fake deaths, oh man. Anyways, just a thought, you know, just a thought. I've always wondered that, just how crazy those numbers must be. Because every day there's so many people playing video games, you know, like thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, probably even millions of hours. How many people are playing video games right now? A tenth of the world's population, maybe? Like, jeez. Anyways, at least the stock is going up. That was a very grim morning, but it's good. You see the worry line held up. It did break the worry line, but we managed to get right back on it. And then if I drag the line back up, you can see we stayed above it, right? Then when we finally broke it, we collapsed down. But yeah, look at this pushing. We should be probably number one for volume. Almost. Back on top, baby. So what you're seeing here stock wise, right? Is what I keep telling you about where it when it finds the bottom, it does a reversal because it becomes so discounted that it's um people like rush in because it's like, whoa, what a good deal, right? And because they rush in, that kicks off the buying because you don't want to miss out, right? So thought that would have maybe happened, a day or two ago, but it's obviously happening here now. So we should probably keep running until we get into probably the 27s and the 28s. Yeah. Just like when we dipped here, the same thing happened, right? Huge surge, and it kept going because that was too cheap at 25, right? Yeah. It's unfortunate that GME is a giant turd wagon, but even GME is surging up, which is probably what's lifting up us as well. I'll overlay the two. Yeah. Now we're gone. We have gone 4% and they have gone 7.5%. Yeah. So we might even be are being saved from GME. We may have not even found our bottom, but it doesn't matter too much as long as GME continues to go up. But that, yeah, it's pretty close. It's not exactly one for one. We're a lot deeper, but this part here is following pretty much one for one. Now it's going to do a breakout. So we showed a little bit better strength on the upswing. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this could have been like we could have maybe wanted to go lower. Looking in the extended hours, we basically just followed GME through the entire process. See, the line is almost looks like it's an average line, but that's a completely different stock. That's no average line. So we may have been able to fall lower because I don't think 20 is one of our major stops on the drop. But if this gets us back up to one of our support lines, like I think 23 is one of them. Yeah, 23.77, 23.49. Then at least we're back above the floor. We're one floor higher. That will help us when it decides to turn south again. If we can get a couple of floors up, then we'll have some buffer when GME decides to go south again. Yeah, you'd never want to be on the bottom. Bottom is bad. You can only go down from there until you hit, of course, a critical point, which I guess GME hit its critical point, and we're following suit. And we're showing a little bit more strength in GME. So what probably happened is we were just following GME, right? We hit our critical point, but then when GME turned, then we have that extra energy from being on discount, and then the push from GME to put us in the upwards direction. And then that's why we showed extra strength. Our line was straighter and taller because we had discount plus oh shit. I probably have a meeting today. Let me check. I keep forgetting I have a phone call today. I have a phone call tomorrow. Shit, but I might have a phone call. Yeah, meetings are at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock generally. Where was I? Yeah, so anyways, that would be the takeaway. You can see here from the line that we're not exactly the same on the push. But I don't think we would have turned around on our own accord, and definitely we wouldn't have turned around this severe. I don't think. Unless this was an oversell, but if it was an oversell, we would have probably saw on Monday a pushback. But really, we just followed GME. We lifted a little bit near the end of the day, but we're pretty much following GME. So that speaks to me that we're somewhere between too expensive and too cheap. So no one's playing. Once it hits that criticality point, then we'll break from GME. But I think we're getting there, or we were there, judging by the shapes, is what I'm getting at. But you can see now, once we get back into the 24s, we're just following GME, almost one for one. So 20 is too cheap. 24, they're starting to wean off. You can see the volume's also lowered. Now, we did get a couple of good bursts, but the overall volume's starting to burn off. And it is also getting later in the day. Most trading happens between 9:30 and 11 o'clock. So there's that. But if this was truly discount, we would go hard all the way till we're no longer discount, which might take 5 minutes, might take an hour, might take days. But that's not what I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing was we oversold, we recovered from it, but we're really not quite sure we want to go any higher than, let's say, 24. We're still pushing. We'll probably will go above 24, but we're starting to lose intent, if you will. So that's good. Our core floor might be somewhere around the 20s, which is kind of shitty. Okay, I would hope the floor would have been around 30. But yeah, what can we do when GME is a turd? So now we've hit our ceiling, but GME is going up. So this is the bounce off the ceiling. GME continues to stay green. We should take another attempt to break out of the square here, which is based off of the previous high here. But if they go red, we'll be in the bouncing down, and we'll get assisted, like a rocket assist from GME. So that's what's happening right now. We should have broke through at 10:26 2 minutes ago, but she failed. Anyways, good times, good conversation. Nice when we have something to talk about instead of just fucking watching it go blow up. Yeah. All right. So those that are following my coding adventures, I got the live view updated, and the explore page is up. while I try to figure out this stupid well, not really stupid, but this complicated fuck, what is this called? Web charting. All right. All right. So GME's leveled out. Nope. Fuck. Spoke too soon. Just ticked down. I'm gonna change this to a more visible color. Do there we go. Okay. That way I don't struggle with looking at it. And that line is behind. Yeah, it's behind. Good. Perfect. We're cooking with fire. Now this is about the time Zeus comes in and goes, "What the fuck?" Actually, wasn't he in earlier today? No, that was yesterday. Yeah, we'll wait for Zeus to show up and be like, "What happened?" Yeah, the volume's pretty strong. We basically did our daily volume before 11 o'clock. It's still not when we used to do 100 million in the first hour, but we're getting there. Just have to have faith. You have to earn your diamond hands, homies. You know, look at all the people we started with and look at how many people we have now. How many people have flaked off? How many people that can't hold the line? It's what it is, right? This is stocks. I got 6 years of experience. I've held this line. I've been down this road. I've drank this bleach. I've made some pretty fucking heavy duty choices that have cost me a lot of money. But we're not there. This is nothing like that, you know. Well, it's close when we have negative 20 days. That's a little hard to stomach for me, but I know better. So it's not, I just ignore that day, right? If it's 20, then 20, then 20 again, then fuck, we're in trouble, right? But it's usually never. It's just a temporary bump in the road. Yeah. But anyways, we're not out of the woods yet. So we went down 13 or 10, 13, and almost 20 yesterday, 16%. So we just recovered 11 this morning, plus another 4. So that was 11 more in the hole. So we did basically 15, 15, 15 losses in a row, which is really bad. Now we've knocked that down because we just did basically positive 20 from today. So today could be ignored and we could set it to 0. So the initial loss of 15 has been wiped out. And now we're positive 5. So if today ends positive, then that's going to be our counter to the negative 16 yesterday. If we can get positive 16 today, then we're golden because we've wiped out yesterday's bullshit. And then we really are only negative 13 in the hole. And then that puts us in a much better spot for recovery. Then we can go up and down 5, wiggle back and forth. Things are okay. If today kept that negative 11, then we probably would be making hard choices that I don't want a hard choice about. Because, yeah, you can't have 4 or 5 days losing almost 20% a pop. You can't do that. That's pretty bad. But I know the stock well enough that it would be very, very hard for us to do that. And if that did happen, it probably is not our fault. Like, we would not see GME go up 20% and us go down 20%. I don't think that would ever happen. Now, they might go down 20% and we might go up 20. That would be hard, but we could do it. but I do not see them leading and us not following. Now, there is times in the past where we've had days where they've gone up, let's say 15%, and we ended up red 2% or something like that. So there has been times where there's been a disconnect on the greens. But I don't think we would be, going into the soup of hell. Small red, fine, but plummeting, no. If we plummet, it's going to be someone else. I don't think we're going to do it, just because we're a recovery stock. Now, if we get, say, COVID going nuts, GME is a better COVID stock. They're a garbage stock, but they're less garbage during COVID because they have no competition, right? And they do well because they sell over the web, right? Where AMC can't sell over the web, sort of. So that's when we get our disconnect. But right now, earning call is catching up with GME. Like GME posted a negative 1.81 cent, or is it negative 1.8 or negative 81? Let me go check. That's a huge difference if I get that wrong. Let me check. So it was negative 1.39. Yeah, and it was, the surprise was negative 0.87. Yeah. And so they thought they were only going to lose 52 cents for every dollar they make. They walk away with negative 52 cents. So they lose an additional 52 cents for every dollar they make on top of the dollar that they had. And what they actually lost, $1.39 for every dollar they make. So they're basically losing all their money and then an additional $1.39. So fucked. Yeah. Whereas we did the opposite. We went from losing $1.42 back in March to losing 71 cents to losing 44 cents. So if you take those numbers, $1.42, right? Cut it in half, that's 70 cents, right? 14, cut it in half. So we doubled our money, right? Or we removed half our losses. But ultimately, we doubled our available money. We went from losing a whole dollar to losing 50 cents. You now have 50 cents more money. You've doubled your money, right? Then we go and double again, right? We went from 7 to 4.4. So half of 8 is 4. 7, okay. It wasn't exactly double, but, close enough. So that's pretty fucking good. And then the next one is probably going to put us either in the clear, I doubt though, or closer to probably 2 to 3. And then the next one will probably put us into the clear. And so by August or late, like after the blockbusters in the summer, I think that earning, which will be spring to fall, will be fucking great. And then I think we're finally going to be, sailing in the clouds. Whereas GME, they're just fucking circling the drain. They're on borrowed time. And unless they pull a rabbit out of their ass, they're toast. So, but if you play on the stock market long enough, never say never and never say die. Stocks have an amazing ability to pull rabbits out of posteriors. So you just gotta, pace yourself, look at it, and realize that anything is possible. But yeah. Anyways, but what I'm trying to get at, sorry for rambling, is GME has only got a dark future ahead of us, or ahead of it. I'm not invested in them. So that means we're probably going to have a dark future as well because we're tied so closely to them, right? So as much as we're recovering and things are getting better, GME is on borrowed time. And when that time comes due, then, we're going to have to deal with that. Just like we had to deal with it for the last week, right? Like that was them getting murdered in the balls. And we took it just alongside. So We didn't all of a sudden start sucking, In fact, our company is better than it's ever been before. And then all of a sudden, we're circling the drain. It's like, yeah, no. We're getting thrown out with the GME bathwater is what's happening. Yeah. Anyways, I want to get some work done, so I'll stop ramblings. But that is your recap. And the first person to ask me, "Hey, what's your take on this?" Fuck you. You should have came here when I started the stream, so I don't have to fucking repeat myself over and over again. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Nobody wants to listen to this voice. I mean, listen to it. It's like some type of garbage, like a raccoon stuck in a meat grinder and squealing for its life. Like, what is this? Where the hell did they find this guy? Ah, man. No rest for the wicked. Now, where is... Did I close the YouTube? I did close the YouTube. All right. Good, good, and good. Oh, on a side note, Space Marine, the game, is getting a number 2. That's going to be great. Space Marine number 1 was a great brawler. So good. Yeah, we definitely need a parabolic. I think we'll see it though. Probably before Christmas. If GME doesn't continue to blow up, I think we're going to see a huge buy-in because people are going to wrongly predict that if it went up in January, it's going to go up in January again. So we're going to see a huge buy-in before the end of the year. Which is only like 15 days away. We've been here for a whole year. Well, as of March, I'll be streaming every day for a year. Not friggin' bad. Where has that year gone? Please and thanks. I'll call up the stock gods and I'll ask them. My only Christmas wish is 72. Yeah. All right. So, okay. So, wrong. I wouldn't say you're an idiot. It's nice to look at your gains, right? But, let that be a lesson, right? People freaked out over me because I took profit at 14, right? But now everyone that's followed this stream has gone through the same experiences I've been through now, right? So for all these new traders that just started in January, right? They haven't experienced oh, well it was 70 and now it's back at 10. I should have took my money out at 70. Well, no shit, Holmes, you know? But that's the thing, right? So you have to, as a trader, not an investor, but a trader, you have to look at when it is gone too far, too quick, and that's a very hard decision to make. And of course, when we hit 14, we went from 7 to 14, we doubled. And it was like, oh, fuck, you know. I did not think we had the gas tank to, let alone push past 20, right? Now it's a completely different story since we've already breached 70. We can go back to 70 without too much effort. But that's that's the woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? So going forward now, you'll be a lot more defensive, but you have to keep in mind then what happened to me, right? I was being defensive at 14 and I missed out on that huge rush, right? So you have to, you can't, there's no easy way to do it, right? You have to weigh that out. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's it. But if you're not greedy and you're not aggressive, you miss out, right? But then it's, yeah, it's a two-way street. You know, if you do nothing, you never win. You miss 100% of the shots you never take. But if you start shooting wildly, you probably will hit yourself in the foot. And so the correct mentality is don't do anything you can't recover from, right? So like option trading, it's all or nothing, right? All those people that made huge option bets, right? They've lost it. It's gone. It's $0, right? Whereas me, I just made a huge, $53 bet for back when the share was up that high, right? But now I just ride it out. I haven't lost anything. I can recover from this, right? So as long as you think that way, you need to be aggressive. But if you can't recover from this, if your actions are going to potentially destroy your principal, it's probably not the right choice. And exactly. And you can't win them all. The key is not to be knocked out of the fight. So when it's clear as day, like look at how many times where I've called it, you know, 30 minutes in advance sometimes, but I can't play because I'm locked in, right? So that's the situation you don't want to be in. You don't want to be locked out waiting for your money to recover because then you can't make new money. You can't make fresh cash. And that's, being a bag holder. And that's probably the worst, aside from losing your money like an idiot. That would be the worst position to be in, right? Um, but of course, at least my money comes back. I just had to wait a friggin' year. Well, not even a year, but let's say 6 months at least. So, anyways, keep that all in mind. Don't beat yourself up. It is what it is. It's a good learning experience, and at least you haven't lost any money, as far as I know. You've just lost potential money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it looks like we're making a pennant here. Technically, the pennant is here. The fake pennant is here. Then on the bottom is here. Okay. And then the absolute bottom is currently here. But that's adjustable up until that point. So, but I'm seeing interaction here. Yeah. So that's telling me that there's probably a bottom there. So if it goes a little bit more green, we should see a pop and then potentially a second pop. And then we'll get with the first pop, right? It'll get us to here. And then again, this is a U shape right here. U shapes either fail in the corner, go to the 50, or go to the 100. So if we pop up and we don't roll off the top here, we'll break. And then we'll have the boost from the pennant and the boost from the U shape. But judging by the fact that that 50% is on the angle line, chances are we'd roll back in. And judging by this red, we may not even get that far. But anyways, let's see. Let's see how it plays out. Yeah. I have a $52 average, I think, at this point in AMC. But I buy and sell, buy and sell. That's my game. Not so much anymore. Now it's running stream. Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. At least this is all working. I got a beefy ass website. I just have to figure out how to write charts. Wow, no likes? Fuck you guys. Not you guys, but my Twitter followers. I got 0 likes. I didn't lose a follower. That's good. But I got 0 likes on my thing. How much was it viewed? Only 400 times? Oh, that's why. Yeah, I need about 1,000 people to view something, and I get. Why are my viewership so low? Guess most people are off on Christmas holidays. Yeah, 1,800. There you go, 9,000 impressions. 526 people click the photo, and 57 likes. Yeah, that's about right. I get about 5 to 10 likes per 1,000. Wonder why that post an hour ago got nobody. Too early in the morning? Don't know. All right, well, we're skirting the bottom for sure. See if we can get back in that pennant. If you can see my screen, then this is the classic Ace Ventura when he realized he kissed a man. He's putting the plunger on himself. So good. How big is that on your screen? It's big enough. I rewatched the first Ace Ventura. Oh my god. That was something. Definitely not as good as When Nature Calls. That's the ticket right there. Did you just say White Devil, White Devil? Huh, you learn fast, Ace. Ah, so good. Like a glove. Car's destroyed. Sit, boo boo. Elephant sits on car, destroys. What a lovely room of death you have here. So good. Okay. Good, 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 and good. Okay, explore for each chart. Oh, actually, I should clock the... Is it citizen, 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 citizen? There it is. And bus processing. Yeah, Control Shift right click. Okay. Python main 2001. Welcome back, Mr. Wolf. So we broke bottom on the pennant, and it pulled back but failed. So we're gonna go for a little bit of a run. Should be about half the size of the midpoint, which is, so we should be pulled back to probably here. Let's see. walk a lonely road. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. We got pulled back to the line, but we couldn't get through it. So that indicates further falling, but it shouldn't be severe. Because this fall was just because of the breakdown of the pennant. So that's your boost in the wrong direction as it broke bottom from here. That's normal. And then after that, then you're looking at the recovery phase. So we got to level out and then we can push. Once we get over this line, then we work our way up. Or if the market decides that's all we got, then we're going to roll and then we'll go down further. But normally, once you break the line, there's usually a pause and an attempt to get back over. When that attempt fails, then you are going down. But you normally always get that attempt. And if you don't, and we've seen it before, then you're looking at a massive rubber band at some point in the future, right? If none of that happens, then you're in a free fall for some reason and nothing's going to stop it. And then you're basically just going to get worse. So what you're seeing is actually it is rubber banding, but the red is so bad it's being swamped. And once that rubber band moment is over, sweet Lord. And we've seen that a couple of days ago. So that's why you always expect when it doesn't happen, then you reassess because it is happening. It almost always happens, but other things might be in play. And so you have to reassess. Then that tells you something else, and then you know what's going on. Because you should be able to look at a chart and know what's going on at the very second, but that's no good. You want to know what's going on into the future. It's easy to see what's going on now, but that you can't make money on that. All right, views. Views I work on. Oh, phone call time. All right. Sorry for the delay. Just got to deal with the insurance company and all that sort of stuff. Okay. Man, these bots are heavy duty, eh? What the hell is terminal stakeout? Oh, you're talking about the shakeout. Oh, yeah. I read it as stakeout. Yeah. So shakeouts are a really real thing. It's not so much nowadays, and it's not so much with high volume stocks because you can't shake out people um, so much when there's, a billion people playing, let's say, or hundreds of millions of people playing. But back in the olden days, it's definitely a real thing. When there's like maybe 50 people on a trading floor, right? You can kind of spook them. So if they're weak-handed people, you can shake them out. And that still kind of holds on a bigger scale, not on a short scale, but on a larger scale. If you can shock a price, right? So you're already making money and you're like, "You know what? I'm going to dump all my 10 million shares at $25. That's going to shake out everyone from 25 to 23, but it's so close to a critical breakdown point that it's going to cause these people to panic. And if they panic hard, I'll buy back in below. If they don't panic, I'll still buy back in below. I just won't get as much money, right? And if it comes right back up to 25, then I'll catch it on the rebound because I've just injected energy, right? And then volatility is where you make your money. So you've just gave it a shock. If it dies, that's cool. If it comes back to life, also cool. And then you buy back in on the upswing, right? If you're really good, you shock it with a short sell, ride her down, and then you're also the one that causes the riding up. You flip over, buy in hard, and then you're just fucking gaming the system. But at that point, you have to be a really huge fish, and there has to be not a lot of people playing. But it's not all risk free because if it doesn't go the way you think it should, if people don't react the way they should, then you're going to get fucked fast. But it is a real tactic. The shakeout is a real tactic that bigger fish use, or medium, smaller fish use on the tiny scale, like the minute scale. You can shake out the minute scale to try to get those people that are going to paper hand, get them out, and then buy back in on the strength. So yeah, it's a good thing to know. Yeah. Oh, nice. Thank you for updating everyone, Marshall. Press conference at 4:15, eh? Yeah. If you're really skilled, you don't buy the rumor. You create the rumor and then you sell the news. You do like Fox News. You create the rumor and then you sell the news about that rumor you just made up. Did I mention that Putin is going to start a nuclear war? Tune in to 6 o'clock when we're going to talk about this thing we just made up. Yeah. Oh, that guy that runs Newsmax, he's not fucking stupid. The Murdoch? Is it Murdoch? Yeah. He's not dumb. He fucking knows exactly how to play the game. Unfortunately, he's on the side of evil, but he knows what he's doing. Imagine if Fox News was a force for good. Like, they're feeding you bullshit, but it's all good bullshit. It's like, yeah, it's still bad, but, you know, it's better than that. So, here's a neat infographic on Walmart growing in the United States. Wow, look at it go. So, where it really exploded was 1977, 87, and from 87 to 1990 to 91, 92. After 92, it was over. They haven't grown since 90, basically 92. See Walmart on the stocks. Let's see if that correlates. Walmart. So if that's the case, they should be dead after 92. Okay, so does not correlate. So they went up 2 times, 1990 to 90. Yeah, they went up 200%. Then they stopped growing till 97. Yeah, that's basically when they started slowing down. Then this has to be, this is a 3 times increase. So that's got to be sales over sales. And if I recall correctly, the 2015 and all that lead up was when they started doing grocery stores and expanding outside of America. Was this. But from 2000 to basically 2011, they've been stagnant. Yeah. Which is basically Amazon kicking them in the nuts, and their inability to compete with Amazon has really flattened them out. But it's nice to see this is all, I believe, grocery stores. They're all now superstores. So Walmart stopped being the department store and started being the grocery store. Yeah, and they out survived. Walmart also in the 2000s switched over from being a store to a logistics company. Walmart is the number one logistics company in the world. No one beats Walmart on logistics, except for maybe the U.S. Army. But even then, Walmart actually has shown that they can beat the U.S. Army when it comes to shipping and supplying in real time. I remember seeing an article on it. Walmart outpaced the forget where it was, but they were outpacing the military because the military has to talk about things, debate things, make decisions. Walmart's already fucking done it. Yeah. Ooh, Toronto police are going to give an update on the investigation of the 2 billionaire philanthropists that died in Toronto. Yeah, super suspicious death. So there was a suspect of a man who was walking near the property on December 2017. Yeah, he was a founder of a generic drug company in Canada. Ooh, the bodies were found by a realtor who was showing the home to prospective buyers. Well, that's a rude awakening. So the suspect was basically loitering around like he was waiting for them. But he was loitering for a suspicious amount of time. Nate. So they've exhausted all steps. So now they're releasing the video to the public to see if the public can find him. Yeah. I mean, realistically, there's no rush. Once the person's dead, there's no rush to. Oh, sorry, I'm still on Walmart. No rush to figure out the killer. All right. Looks like we're actually breaking a little from. Tiny bit from GME. That's good. Not a whole bunch, but a little bit. We're still following the same pattern, but we had a big surge up when GME didn't. Like, you can see that the lines, as I drag them, they match, right? So here they push, but then they went down. But our down, we went down at the same time, right here. But see how small it was, right? Then they pushed. Our push was much bigger. Then they went down. We went down about the same size. Then they pushed up, and we pushed up even higher. They dipped. We dipped less. We pushed higher. We dipped less. We pushed much higher. They dipped. We dipped at the same time, but we pushed hard, dipped, pushed, dipped, pushed. And so this is what I'm talking about. Even though we're following them, if it's not one for one, you can split. And I think this goes back to what I was saying in the morning, where I think we got too low. So the underlying energy is positive. So every time we get green, it's amplified. Every time you get red, it's mitigated. So even though we're following GME like one for one, it's distorted, and so we're getting positivity and we're going up. But yeah, this is pretty similar. But then you see here, that's we won some ground. Then here we burn off, following them, and we've been following them, and then they burned off, and our reds are mitigated. Now they're going green, and we're going green. So interesting. We might just come out of this. GME is only up 0.6%. And we're up almost 2. Let's see what's going to happen to GME for the rest of the day. Let's take a look at their shithole. So they did a good recovery. Broke bottom, which is about here. This might rebound back up. Yeah, it should be hitting the top of this channel. Yeah, looks like it might go green. If this doesn't make it through and up, then this will turn red. Oh, it actually already has. I didn't see it. So if it hits its head on the ceiling, it might turn red and stay in channel. And then they're going to run out of time and it's going to break down. But that was a nice strong green. So if it just went a little bit more green, it would break from this U shape here and probably go up a bit more. And they're going to take another stab at it. Yeah, they're in this channel here. Aggression trend. There's a better drawing. So when I draw these lines, I'm basically drawing this channel, but I'm just drawing the top or the bottom in a half-assed manner. Because this is one line, but if we drag it up to here and we ignore, there's the one I was drawing with the lines. So this one is just a pullback because it went too far, but you can see here The ceiling is basically this declining blue line, and you can see that we're interacting with it right here, right? So, but if I zoom out, right, you can see that that line is plummeting. Well, it's not plummeting, but it's going down pretty fast, right? And we're obviously not doing that. But if they don't get this breakout here, they're going to keep along this channel. Stocks maintain channels unless they're given a reason not to. So in our case, we're here, we broke down. Then here is the channel we're in right now. So this channel is slightly up ticking. And if we move this a little closer, it's got this last bit's got a good lift to it, right? So we're in a better place. Looks good. Looks good. Just hope GME doesn't fucking flatline and sink us. 69. Nice. Yeah. And it's only 12. Yeah. Oh, my French fries and sausages are done. Ooh, this is even cooler. There's the wealth of nations. So if we go back to the 1800s, East Asia and the Pacific. Okay, so the area of the circle is the amount of people. Life expectancy is the y-axis. And X is per capita income. And then the area is population. Okay. So the poorer the country, the closer it is to the left. The richer the country, the more it is to the right. Or the richer its people are, more to the right, not total wealth. Okay, let's see this go. So right now, Europe is getting richer and richer. Whoa, look at that shift. Everyone's shifting. Everyone's getting richer. Life expectancy is all over the fucking place in Europe. This is the 1800s, so child mortality is going down with the invention of soap. Wow, look at that. So this is 1987 or 1887. All of a sudden, life expectancy starts rocking it up. And then the life expectancy in World War One, yeah, suddenly the life expectancy just drops. Wonk, 1912. Wonk, all the life expectancies went from 60 to 50 in Europe, but America was unaffected. Whoa, sudden drop of life expectancy from the Spanish flu. Wow, they dipped hard. 1917, Europe's life expectancy hit 25. Shit. Yeah, then it came right back. 1920s, boom. So America's out front here. Look at them go. Canada's got to be one of these circles. Because our life expectancy isn't fucking 40. Man, to think the average life expectancy in, you know, Asia was like 30. It's due to childhood mortality, but still, that's fucking low. 1930s, 1932, America takes off in the 1940s, but that's because of World War II. So they're getting all the money from Europe. Ooh, look at her go. Life expectancies go through the roof in 1952. People realize you can't eat. They're eating better and healthier. America's still rich, but Europe's biting at the heels. Look at them come. Europe's getting there. Asia's getting there. And this is probably China, this big giant silver thing. So it's going to start flying now that America's giving it all its money. Holy crap, look at it go. So in 2005, but now this circle has now made it all the way to where America is. Oh wait, this is income per capita. Yeah, so China might be rich, but it's not per person. Yeah. Nonetheless, that's a pretty cool chart. The wealth of nations. Boy, does it ever take off. That's crazy. Yeah. There's an inverse relationship between horsepower and miles per gallon. But you can get away with sometimes lots of miles per gallon and decent horsepower. Like this one, 15, 16 miles per gallon, but it's almost 240 horsepower. Or this one, 140 horsepower at almost 35 miles per gallon. Or these shipmobiles, which give you 80 horsepower at 15 miles per gallon, when you could easily get up to 220 for the same fuel economy. But it seems like 80 horsepower seems to be the de facto 80 to 100 horsepower. And some of the 80s are incredible fuel economy. Crazy. But we're going to go electric, so all of that is out the door. Nobody cares. Excuse me. All right. I'm going to go get my food. Smells delicious. Much as I love these charts. Man. Local host. Well, your country generates the power. The bigger issue is more. I guess what you mean is if you can get a generator to charge the vehicle. Yeah, electric is best. The biggest problem was just batteries. It wasn't practical until recently. BRB. Ugh. All right. Sausages and French fries. I just accidentally smoked my back on the door coming into the room. Oh, whew. Well, at least we're on the way up. Clown. Nice. Let's see if we can get a tree growing here. $11. Squid. Or at least in the positives. Remember, we started the day almost 12 in the hole, 11 something. That was. I thought today was going to be a pretty shit day. Not bad. We survive another day. Nicolas Cage stars as Nick Cage in the first look of Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Get ready for the most Nicolas Cage movie ever. I am ready. Neil Patrick Harris? Oh, sweet. Nicolas Cage pays Nicolas Cage in the first trailer for the meta comedy, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I love it. Ah, the world needs more Nick Cage. So good. So the film is about Nick Cage accepting $1 million to attend a birthday party of a crime boss and a Nick Cage superfan named Javi, which is Pedro Pascal. He has a wax statue of Nick, and you think, oh, it might be awkward between a film star and a fan, says Cage. But they're both cinephiles, and they're having a wonderful conversation about the cabinet of Dr. Calgary and Paddington, too. Nicolas Cage has over 100 acting credits. Jeez. Well, at least he can live it up. You know, that's what I would do. I would just be like, you know what? Fuck my brand and my image. I'm going to town. I love it. That's great. Our crappy tree is coming along. Looks like we'll get a second push up. Write a few lines of code before 4 o'clock. Maybe. Okay. Holy crap, that's a lot of code. Oh. That's kind of cute. Fantasy map generator. That's cool. DNA helix. Oh, I see. So as you go. Yeah, because ultimately that's what's going on. Your helixes are just straight. Yeah, that's cool. They're all old. Um, added data generators, transition, and click events. Oh, the data is different each time. Okay. So this is an advanced implementation. But the simple implementation is this guy. Oh, look at us go. Volume is kind of place. 21,000. So yeah, the volume is kind of low. Still better than what it usually is, though. All right. So it took a bit of time, but it played out just like I said it would. Yeah, the way we kind of stayed flat here, this really told me that we were about to break up. I didn't think we'd floor it, but we should have traveled upwards. That's good. Fancy tree a growing. Need lots of branches for chlorophyll. And I gotta stop right clicking so it doesn't erase itself. Give it a nice little sun. Put a couple of lemons. Yeah. All right. We're going somewhere. We're now at almost 6% in the green. Life is good. Oh, trying to escape. At least we're back at 24. Oh, so good. That weight lifted. feel what this does. Okay, so given it interpolates, it literally does what it says it does. So given two numbers, it blends them. So number 1 is 10, number 2 is 20. If it's a 0% blend, you get 10. If it's a 1% blend, you get 20. 0.5, 15, 0.2, 12. Yeah. Okay, so it's just a straight blend. Now, is there any special blends? Okay, there's quantize, which provides a bunch of uniformly spaced samples. Okay, so basis uses a curve. So it starts on a curve and the number moves versus a straight merge. Yeah. Okay. Right. A weighted sum of B splines. Right. So it blends on a ramping scale to go to the other one. But as it goes to the other one, then it starts getting affected by the other ones. Where this one here is more absolute. Yeah, that shows what a 90-degree does. But because it has another one, stops looking like this and starts looking like that. Okay. That's called a B spline. Or a basis spline. Okay. Linear. Step before. Ooh, that's cool. Step after. Basis. So basis is good when you have data. That's already relatively smooth. But if you have one peak, it would smooth out the data versus linear, which gives you the absolutes. Cardinal. Ooh, cardinal's nicer. Cardinal open. Cardinal closed. Monotone. Oh, monotone's pretty good. Okay, so the reason monotone's not good is because it will, and I bet you cardinal's the same thing, yeah. It'll start going blocky. Or basis is always smooth. Okay. Neat. I learned something. Looks like we're making a power N shape. Going for the clouds. Jeez, it's been almost an all green day with good volume too. And the volume kind of picked up, which is a good sign. Right. Look at that. Power in shape it was. And we're blasting off. Haven't had to use a rocket in a while, but today we're on fire. Nice. Excellent. We're on the rocket to Mars. For some reason my live chat hasn't updated in quite a while, which is abnormal. I'm going to go check on it. Oh, we got a few people watching. Oh, no. That's the normal chat. Okay. Just had to check in. Sweet. Now let's edit this. All right, we're doing good. Oh yeah, you missed it, Barry. Holy crap, we were down 11% on open, and it's just been a great day so far. We're about to rocket. Well, we were rocketing. I think we're going to continue, judging by the volume. I just needed to update the channel title. No paper hands here. Gotta earn those diamond fists. You gotta forge them. All right. There's another power N shape. Let's hope it completes. Yeah, it's pretty good. Beats the garbage can we were circling. Oh, excuse me. Burp, 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 burp. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Oh yeah, it was grim. Now we've basically swung almost 20% today. Pretty good. And the volume is pretty much all green. So you got 80 million and it's all green. So it goes back to what I was telling you, people are sitting and watching. Once that lifts, yeah, no, I agree. When I first woke up, I was like, fudge. Because we're starting to get pretty low, like dangerously low. Um, and I think we dropped from 25 to basically 20 because we hit that dangerously low part. But it's like, okay, well, we've already done the danger. Can we stabilize? And then it was like it was red again, and it was like, oh, geez, because now the math's not lining up, and that's dangerous. But it looks like we're beating GME pretty good. We should be number 2. We are number 2 on the volume. Nice. We have not made it to the green list though. We are the second most traded stock on the stock market. That being the New York and the NASDAQ. Life is good. And this will help put some confidence back into people. Because if you go red for too long, people are going to jump ship. So at least this is going to give them a reason to live. This is good. Well, it's a good thing that you're numb to emotions because emotions get you killed on the stock market, right? So you gotta keep it under check. Because if you get excited, you're only gonna get sad right afterwards. Yeah. Even though this is good, all signs point to good. We have to keep it in check. Doesn't mean we're completely out of the woods. If we get a few more days like this, I think we're out of the woods. As long as some other fucking strain doesn't come out of the woodwork again. Yeah. We walk a lonely road, a boulevard of broken dreams. Oh, that's how it works. Well, that's pretty cool. Man, this D3GS is fucking confusing. But you don't establish the X and Y position. You just tell it the numbers that the X and Y are supposed to be, and then it turns it into pixels. So you just say this is 5, this is 8, this is 10, this is 20, whatever. And then it draws a line with no scale. Then later when you inject it, it looks at other values and then it shrinks it to the scale it's supposed to be. Ah, so when you say 5, it multiplies it against 0.0001 pixels and moves it bazillionth of a pixel on the screen. So that's what's going on. Boy, that's fucking so backwards. So fucking backwards. So his scale is 0 to width, 0 to height. Okay. Domain is the data scope. Scale is 0 to width. Okay, I think I got that. The fuckery variant will be next. So in Greek, there is no F. I know my Greek alphabet or Latin alphabet only because of Star Wars. The TIE fighters or the X-wings, they're all actually no, the TIE fighters are all done off of Greek. So I would be, let's say, Gamma or Delta or Epsilon wing, and my support would be Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota. You'd never really get Alpha, Beta, Gamma because those are like primary wings. But Epsilon wing was usually what I always was, which is E. And then Zeta is, the next one. No F. I think F was invented to deal with, I think, French words, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Huh. So ancient pronunciation, beta, was said like beta or beta. Now it's said like V. So it's vita, vita, vita. If I was Greek, way to fuck it up. Vote, vita. Yeah, it's beta. But it's supposed to be the B in better. So it would be beta, not beta. Yeah. Alpha was the A in a weight. So it's alpha, alpha, alpha. And then father, yeah. Yeah. Father, weight. So it's alpha, alpha, and apha, father, alpha, alpha, and alpha. Okay, yeah. You have to say A or So the letter A comes from the Phoenician letter Alph, Aleph, which is the West Semitic word for ox. Oh, yeah, two horns and a head. That's where the A comes from. It's an upside down version of an ox. That's kind of cool. Neat. So they were, here's an elf. Get me 3 elves. And then the letter just got turned from sideways to vertical, and there's A. And then we took the alpha lower A from the Greeks. Delta as in delete, yeah. And then TH is the modern European equivalent. So that would be, would be then as in then, delta, delta. Oh, it might be delta. Epsilon as in E as in English pet. Epsilon, pet, pet. Yeah, epsilon. D as in English delete. Yeah, delta. Iota, it's supposed to be like vete. So iota, machine. Iota, and iota. Vete, iota, and iota. Kappa, completely unaspirated. Kappa. No, kappa. Yeah. Versus kappa. Yeah, neat. Anyways, Rio, phi, or pi, Omicron, epsilon, tau, psi, chi, phi. Oh, there's phi, and there's pi. Omega. Yeah, these are pretty shitty phonetics. But anyways, yeah, no F. I guess the closest would be phi, PHI, probably where it developed from. Or PSI, sorry. It has the shape of a Y. Chicken foot shaped psi. Arcadians use a star on a stick. One of the 3 Claudian letters. So he invented some letters, and then they gave up on it when he died. They had an upside down F. Neat. I guess all these early letters, right, had to be chiseled into rock. So they all had to have relatively straight shapes. Yeah, interesting. I'm learning something here. Well, it looks like we're going back to channel. All right. See if I can get this to work. Time is it? Almost 2? Okay, not bad. So we should probably buffer from when we hit this old channel line. So the channel top should buy us probably 20 minutes. And then the okay, never mind. I was hoping we could buy about 20 minutes before we blow through the channel. And that would drag us to 2 o'clock. We should get a bounce. And then once we get the bounce, that would buy us some time, but nope. We are going in fast. Jamie's gone green, so maybe we can get outside. So I would have expected more interaction here, although we did get kind of 3 minutes, then a bounce, then something like this, and then in we go. Then once we're in, a try to get out, whatever, something like that. Not a bluff, or even worse, non-stop. But looks like GME is starting to go hard in the ground. Robinhood is now 1893. They're fucked. We might actually watch Robinhood burn to the ground. Wouldn't that be something? All the way to the ground. I think that would be a highlight of my recent years if I see that happen. The rise and the fall of Dickory. I don't think we will see the rise and fall of Citadel or BlackRock or any of them. They didn't do things as dumb as I'm the people's champ and then fuck over the people. Their business model is, we make money, suck it up or take a walk. They're not reliant on people's happy feelings. Except Robinhood is all retail investors getting fucked. Okay. If I want to do set line. Oh yeah, definitely new bills. Definitely. What we're seeing with the burn off, it's really GME. That red line you see on my screen is GME's stock price. So it's we're following them. But today's been a pretty good day. So it's not lack of movies or not enough good movies or whatever. It's really we're being pushed and pulled by the market. I think at some point we're going to break free, but I don't know when the hell that point is. There's been a few times where I'm like, okay, I think this is it. And then no. No, not at all. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Okay, so they are identical. Oh, oh. After that little bit of a dip, GME is now green again. We're at the bottom of the channel, so there'll be initially a little bit of rough, but if we break through, we should pop back up. Is it like frozen? Slow mo. 83 million volume. Jeepers. I really have no friggin' idea how this code is working. Holy crap. So yeah, we got back in the channel. So hesitation as we cross the border, hesitation as we cross the midpoint, retraction as we hit the top point. So this is showing our green is much weaker than GME's green right now. But we are crossing the channel. So it is expected that they act like speed bumps. If we can break this top piece though, we should, and if GME is green, we should be able to gap up. But GME is already going red and we're at a speed bump. So those two combined are probably going to be pretty bad. At least for our rocketry forces. Yeah. B line. Okay. We got trapped in the line. Unfortunate. We ran out of time. So we were just hitting our speed bump as GME turned. So we got pooched on that one. Now, if it continues red, we should be able to buffer a bit and make up for the disparity, but we'll see. Looking like we're just going to break down. Oh. Okay. Wow, that's quite the out of nowhere volume. Yes, GME got some good news. Someone just dumped in the market. That was a huge buy-in. Interesting. Oh, cool. This explains everything I had to learn. Oh, nice. This is going to be great to read. Add this to the reading list. Forget how to do that. Okay. Looking good. Mm-mm. That's the problem. It's executing this right away, causing it troubles. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Give us a power shape. Let's go. Get some. define is not a function. Let's find out why. I'm using some old version. I do that. Oh man, have I been writing this wrong all this time? Yeah, that's what I thought. You can't do that. we're number 2 on the volume list still. We haven't been dethroned. Interesting. Yeah, mainstream media is generally slow to the party. You wanted to advise people not to buy AMC, you should have done that about 3 days ago. Pyramid scheme. Yeah, I'm into NFTs. Nice fucking tacos. You would appreciate this. Oh, Trying to figure out this stupid code. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying the ape army is anything past dumb, but the mainstream media is usually slow. So they finally clue in that it's tanking like 3 days late. By that time, it's already recovered. So it's like, you're commenting about something after the fact. And we all know from following the stock, 5 hours could be a completely different day for the stock, right? So it's dumb. You can't rely on traditional news. And a lot of things too, you don't find out for like 3 days later because they don't have to report in real time. So, Aaron sells his shares and you find out 3 days later. Well, the damage was done and we've already recovered from it. So it's kind of pointless. So uh I don't follow any of the news. Pretty pointless. And yeah, Bazinga's, going on. What will it take AMC to stop the downtrend? Like for GameStop needs to have a proper business model that's not based on losing money, and AMC needs to kick a giant pandemic. So yeah, we'll work on that. Neither company can pull those out of their ass. So dumb. So dumb. Call me when you cured the pandemic. Please and thanks. Oh man, this complicated shit. This D3JS, I've tried learning it like 2 to 3 times in my lifetime, and it's like, oh man, my eyes are glossing over every time I look at it. And I'm pretty good at programming, but just killing me here. Trading stocks was easier than this. Specified with an object. Should be working. Telling me it's not a function, and it sure as shit is right here. Or what I'm doing wrong. So we call the constructor. We apply the scales. We apply the data. We set the line. Then we call it. Select all body, data, okay. I don't think I need that. Try this again. Trending in Canada, Dick Pound. Seriously, who names their kid Dick Pound? Just 1 minute. I'll check. Is there a Dick Pound here? Dick Pound? World Anti-Doping Agency. Dick Pound. Is this what people do on a Tuesday? Oh, it's the IOC. IOC has no regrets in awarding the games to China. Says IOC Dick Pound. His signatures in his email read Richard Pound. Nice try. Try some respect. Money's in the bank, says Dick Pound. Oh, this is Canadian IOC member. Oh, he's dropping the ball. She said Dick Pound. If I recall correctly, Dick Pound was also head of WADA. Oh, he's a Canadian lawyer. Oh, geez, he's got a QC. Born in 1942. He's a swimming champion, a lawyer, and a spokesman for ethics in sports. He's got a lot of credits to his name. But he's arguing he doesn't know enough to make a decision. I mean, that's fine. But still, when it's your job to know, you should know. It's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Yeah, that's basically the root of the problem. Well, that's questionable. He's from Ottawa. Oh, that's Star Wars. Okay. Does she follow? Oh, she follows me. Okay. Whenever somebody talks about the train, I gotta see if they follow me. Okay, so we're almost coming up on EODs, and it looks like we're just flirting with the channel. That's a lot of drawings. All right. looking like we want to do an afternoon push. Tuesday's kind of a weird day to have a push, but I'm not going to argue with it. Because if we were going to crash, we would have burned off probably 20 minutes ago, and we would have started our sell-off going into the afternoon. But the fact we're holding on to the line pretty well, looks like we might be just resting, and then we'll push hard at the last bit there. And then that will lead us into a good Wednesday. GME is red. No, GME is green, 5%. We are 3.36. Hood is down 3.65. And pretty much, oh, Hezbollah is up 7%. Not bad. Denny's is up a solid 1.16. We are still second on the volume charts, followed by Apple, Ford, Lucid. Is this Nvidia? Yeah. Alzaman, AT&T, AMD, Uber. I should make a company called Goober. Why choose Uber when you can try Goober? Goober Pile. Can't be Gomer Pile or I get sued. So when you need an Uber, pile in with Goober Pile. And then I guess Gerber will come after me as well. When you're eating baby food because you had a serious accident on Goober Transit, don't think Gerber, think Goober. I love Goober. That's right, Billy. Or no, that's right, Gomer. You got to see how many lawsuits you can get in one sentence. And then he has to mumble something about Jenny. And then you're going to get sued by whoever owns Forrest Gump. Yep. That's the way to do it. Oh, man. D3JX select. And yeah, why is this not working? Works everywhere else. But it hates me. Maybe there's just a bug. Newer version. So in version 2, it was called D3 line. In version 4, it was called D3 SVG line. And in version 4 onwards, they put it back to line. Oh my god, just fucking shoot me. So I read tutorials telling me to shift. And so I'm like, okay, I need to shift to this. And yet it shifted back. Oh my god. No. No wonder I was having so much trouble. Oh, what a fucking piece of crap. That was confusing. Because I noticed the function wasn't there, but I'm like, okay, maybe I'm doing something wrong because I have to merge it and do some witchcraft. Oh, what a stupid. Oh well, whatever. Thank God for Google. Fuck. Oh, if this works, my brain will feel better. Oh man. No wonder I was having so much trouble. Let's see. Yeah. Looks good. Okay. It doesn't like interpolate. Okay. Oh yes, EOD time. Since I'm not in a game, I can do them. Hmm. Ugh. So in D3JS onwards, number 4 version, it now takes a curve instead of the word interpolate. Oh my god. This this is going to be a lot of plugging holes. Thank God for Google. Okay. So it takes a curve and it takes a D3JS dot basis curve. Curve basis. And who wrote this shit? Okay. Key to a library is not yeah, you got till 3:30 to give me your final bets. We're making a llama here. There's the feet. There's the back saddle. There's the other feet. There's the ears, and then the nose. And then it goes either down or it goes up after that point. The little wee llama. Let's see where you guys are. Oh, my kidneys are kicking. Ouch, ouch. Damn, this hurts. 3, 3, 3, 1, 3. Jesus. Did I write that right? Yeah, 3, 3, 1, 3. Okay. Somewhere in the clouds. And 2901. Jeez, that is way too high. I'm going to bet at best, let's say 25. Should be over 25. As you can see, just below 25 is a speed bump. Oh, we'll see. Oh, there's Barry. He's gonna go under. Oh, nope. Okay, well, let's type his name. 2490. Oh, he's gonna Gonna hug tight, capturing that win. Yeah, we're at 93 million volume. I don't think we'll hit 100 by the end of the day. But these are nice numbers. And it's almost all green. So what this means is when this day, well, that's why I said it's not likely, right? I didn't say it won't. I never say won't. Yeah. Um, because yeah, you can never say never, you know. Um, yeah. Anyways, what I was trying to say, or I was about to say, I should say, is so with this amount of volume, right, and mostly it's positive, this represents basically a very hard established bottom. So we have more volume today than we normally have over the course of, let's say, 4 days. So we have 4 days worth of strength now built up between 20 and 24, right? Which kind of goes to the narrative that that was the bottom. I don't think that's the case. I think GME turned around and we basically, people saw a buying opportunity and they all jumped in. But it's still going to make like an armored bottom that's going to give us protection against further drops because you're going to have a lot of bag holders, new bag holders, right? Like right now they're holding, but if it goes red, they'll be the new bag holders, right? So we're going to build up some strength here. Now, will that turn into a platform that we're going to launch from? Maybe. But this is a very good start because we have a large amount of volume and it's almost all positive. So that's good. And that is the precursor to a good run up. Is usually a high volume, and then it'll be ultra high volume coming up, and then off it goes. Whereas Marsh has been pointing out, you have a shakeout, then a buy back in, and then it goes parabolic. Yeah, because there's no, once you shake everyone out, the people that were going to sell have already sold, and then you've replaced them with buyers. So then all that's left is more buyers, right? But there is a risk that if things go south, the buyers turn into sellers again, and then you turn around, right? And that's really been our problem the last couple months. It's just before we break out, something fucking happens and we get nerfed. Like we were just about to break out on that massive U shape, and we get the Omicron, and we are about to get free of Delta after 2 months. No, not quite. There's more virus news. There's a raging, you know, buildup of troops in the Ukraine. GME takes a flat line and takes us with it. It's like, just cry. But this is what you get for playing with a high volatility stock. It's volatile because it has a lot of people that influence him. If we bought into something like, I don't know, steel or corn, you know, there's a lot less at factors that we have to pay attention to. They're more global, right? Steel demand is much more global than AMC is. AMC is really only wealthy countries with disposable incomes that like films and aren't in a state of war. So they have bigger scope, but ultimately, or sorry, they have more worldwide coverage, but lower scope. There's less things to deal with. But then, as such, they're immovable. They don't go anywhere because steel demands don't change overnight. They build up over time and they decline over time. So, anyways, I prefer high volatility stocks, but you got to take the ups with the downs. Yeah. So if we can get through 25 before end of day, we should have a run up. If we can't get through 25, then we'll have a severe breakdown, and that should put us near 24, I think. Maybe 2380. So we're at one attempts. 1, 2, 3 attempts here at 2480. That was the payment. So we get 3 more tries. That's 1. So let's say we go 2 and we break through, or we hit this and then we go off of it 3, and then it's do or die at that point, and that brings us to the end of the day. If the selling pressure builds up here when we bounce off the roof, then we might bleed or bleed. I don't think it's going to be like that, so we shouldn't be able to get too far down, although that's not accurate, but that wouldn't make any sense that we just turn, but we might bleed off to here or here. But that's what we're going to see next. I don't see any reason why it would not make more attempts, but eventually if it can't get through, then it's going to turn around. GME is still positive, so we should also have that to our benefit. And let's drag that up since I can't see it. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Oh, fuck. God, this code. I should have Googled why these things are so complicated. But the one I was using with the circles haven't changed. It's only the line chart. Okay. Holy crap. Okay, next. Right. So as part of their modernization in 2018 to go from SVG to Canvas. That's good, because SVG is basically dead. Okay. That's kind of cool. Visualizing football passes. Oh, neat. Oh, there's EOD from FOC. 2474. Yeah, my volume's still showing 96 million. But if we're at 98 million, we may just pull it off at this pace. Especially if it's 98 something, like 98.5, I might be able to do it. We are moving at a bit of a clip. We do have huge volume spikes. Like these are 21, 17, and that's a 31. Like that volume spike is almost as big as opening volume. That's a lot of volume right there on this bad boy. So these are big fishes, you know, buying back in. They finally let it get cheap, and they're going to pump her up, and then they're going to dump her out. Classic. All right. Yeah, mine's saying 96.51, 8. Now it's saying 52. Still 96 on mine. Okay. So then I might be lagging. If we're at 99, then we're definitely hitting 100 by the end of the day. For sure. Didn't think we could squeeze out 5 million in 30 minutes, but we can definitely squeeze out 1 million. Yeah. All right, it's all good. Yeah, I'll trust you on the numbers. I don't care. But if it is the numbers you guys are stating, then yeah, we're probably going to hit 100 million. Pretty good. Have we taken the number 1 spot? No. These guys have traded 248 million. Yeah, we're not we're not beating them. So they were dollar 40 stock, and now they're a $2.58 stock. Went up 86%. At one point they were up over 200%. Yeah, so there's the pump and a very stable dump. Because this is where they find the price, then they stabilize, and right about here. No, they're not that stable. They were starting to stabilize at 250 something, and then they dipped down, and now they're restabilizing again at 253, 254. But if you have to stabilize twice, that's kind of risky. And then tomorrow they'll probably burn off some more, getting back towards 138, keeping about maybe 20%. So 180 to 2 is probably where they're going to end up tomorrow. And that's usually if it's unfounded, there's not a core reason for the push, you'll burn off close to 80%. If there is a reason, then somewhere above that. Yeah, this is very similar to the last time we took off. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and actually, just before we took off too, there was a couple of extremely large buys just out of nowhere. And as I noted at the time, when you see sudden spikes like this guy here, that usually is indicative of bigger fishes with inside information, or they know something we don't know. So they come in and they're like, "Oh fuck, buy it because tomorrow it's going to explode," right? But they try to get in like a couple of days ahead of time. So you get these random spikes of high volume out of nowhere. But what that is people that know things you don't know. And that's a good indicator that times are going to get good. Um, Now, of course, you have to watch the stock because sometimes they buy in and then they have to bail out. My guess is we're at the two week mark to January. So I think a lot of people are trying to get their positions in, thinking that there's going to be a January round two, right? So they want to be in early to catch that ride. And usually people buy a month out, 2 weeks out, and then the closest is same day. So if we have an earnings, there will be the people that get in like 4 weeks out. Then there's the group that get in at 2 weeks out. Then there's the people that get in like the day of. And then you have everything afterwards. I thought there was another group in between there, but I can't think of it. The smart money generally is, yeah, 4 weeks out. Then there's the next group, which is about, yeah, 14 days. I would like to say that there's the last week people, but not really. They either get in 2 weeks out or you get in generally right before the event happens. Yeah. Is there a 3 day crowd? Hmm. Not really, no. Yeah, because normally the buy-in's the day of. So if we have earnings and we know the earnings is going to be good, people will price it in, either like pretty much a couple of a month out, or maybe even slightly more. Those people are the ones that know what they're doing. Then there's the 2 week crowd that's like, okay, earnings are going to be good. I want to get in while it's cheap. And then yeah, it's the day of. So if earnings are going to be that night, oh, actually, yeah, there's the guys that buy at the start of the day or the day before, like right at the close. And then there's the people that buy right at the last minute. Yeah, that's the group I'm missing, right? So, yeah, you have the people that start the day off, buy in, and then you have the people that buy on close or try to find the best price during the day. Yeah, because you see that on earnings just the seconds before the earnings call or the end of the day. If it's the next day, there's just a giant friggin' flying of volume while everyone's trying to get in because they don't want to miss out or bail out because that's their last chance to get out before it tanks. Yeah, that was the group I was missing. It's the day of group and then the last minute group. Yeah. Anyways, so that's your indicator. So when you see these sudden spikes of volume, is anything going to happen tomorrow? No. So then that group doesn't exist. Is anything going to happen in the next 10 minutes? Probably not. So that group doesn't exist. Are we 2 weeks away from something? Yes, actually. The end of the year. Okay, maybe that group. Are we 2 months or a month away from something? Kinda. The giant explosion last year. So it could be that group, right? So that's the logic of trying to figure out who, what, why. So I'm thinking it's the 2 week group because yeah, like the volume is amazing, and we're getting really weird, huge spikes, at weird friggin' times. So it looks like people are buying in to try to catch the wave, which means somebody knows something is up. Yeah. If we get a push at the end of the day, then I think that kind of seals it that there's something going to happen and it's going to be soon. Yeah. Because the 2 week group try to get ahead of things, but sometimes the timelines get moved up, right? So you're like, oh, earnings is going to be in 2 days, but then earnings gets, or sorry, 2 weeks, and then they release the earnings early. So the scale gets moved up. Or Holidays are also the 2 week crowd. Try to get it on holidays, as well as the summer sell off and the fall buy in. So they try to get ahead of it. There's also the Christmas rally, which happens during Christmas period. So they might be trying to get ahead of that too. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I can't tell you. It's impossible to know. But just spitball in here. Those would be the likely targets. Normally, at the end of the year after the rally, though, there's a sell off because people need to close their accounts, and then there's a huge buy-in in January 1st, January 2nd. First, it's closed, but start of the year, right? And then the next buy-in is oh fuck, what is it called? Earnings season, which goes from January mid to April. And then that's when everyone tries to game the big blue chips and all that sort of stuff. And then everyone bails out in let's say May, and then the market goes quiet for the whole summer. And then it picks up in August, September, or October. Normally it's October, but this year it seems like we started to wake up in August. We just all of a sudden our volume started to pick up. But I don't know, it's the pandemic really fucked things right up. So the normal cycle of people going on break, people going to work, all of that's gone to hell. So the stock market reflects that. It used to be at 12 o'clock, the stock market would go quiet. People are going to lunch. Now, the 12 o'clock silence doesn't exist, right? Everyone would try to get their shit done by 3 o'clock so they could go home early. Where the hell is this 3 o'clock rally? We haven't seen a power hour for like a year, you know? So it's really changed. Like for the 5 years or 5 years other than this year that I've been trading, right? I could pull a power hour out of my ass every day. Now it's like maybe. So I think that has a lot to do with, the professionals, the retail traders that are at work. Then at the end of the day, they check on their stocks. Those people don't exist anymore, right? You're at home all day. You can trade at any time. So, anyways, it's just a different world. It's taken a little bit to get used to it. Looking like we're going to break out. It's still struggling on the 25 line, which is me, but it's looking good. Looks like it's just going to punch, and GME is still green. So, yeah, I think we're going to get a breakout and a little rocket. It's looking good. Now, the question is who's going to buy in and push us over? Wonder if a medium fish is going to throw some money at us. Oh, sorry, GameStonk. You're 2534. Did I type you in as something else? Oh no, I guess I didn't put you in. My bad. 2534. Unless you're French. Okay, got you. GameStonk. Disregard that. I thought you used a comma. I'm like, unless you're French, the dot notation works. Barry wants to be. Oh no, all good. You're my only subscriber on. My brain is starting to fry. On coffee, wherein everyone else just passed me over. You subscribed. Barry wanted to go where? Yeah, we just hit 100 million even on my chart. Damn. Barry. He wants to go to 2540. Okay. 2540. Oh, he's given up his spot. Really? I don't know, Barry. That's a bit of a Yeah, where is Game Stonks? I just scrolled up. I don't even see your EOD. Barry, Nev, Bot, Marshall. Oh, fuck it. EOD 2901. Yeah. Barry, Marshall, Nev. Oh, there it is. Fried chicken at Barry's. Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't see it. It was between the bananas and the cucumbers. There we go. Barry's fried chicken. Yeah, those are pickles, right? Not cucumbers. He has standards. Only pickles in his peaches. No cucumbers here. What was that song? The cucumber pickle song? There it is. Cucumber by Maccabee. Medical Monday. The cucumber. Cucumber. Yeah. Vitamins, minerals, very high number. Classic. Cucumber may be 95% water, but this is 100% fire. Spit straight heat about cucumbers. After this video, I don't know if I could ever pronounce cucumbers a normal way again. Yep. Wah me eat Wednesdays. Classic. Medical Monday. Green banana. Oh man. Cucumber. I can't say cucumber properly anymore. It's all about the cucumber. Okay. No, but thanks. Well, you did say EOD 2490. Unless you don't want an EOD. Looks like she's going. Broke the line. So the next line is same spot. So then we are in a channel to which we have to break on a horizontal line, which is here and here. Since there's no... Oh, look, Zeus came back from the grave. Today was a great day, Zeus. Unlike the last week. I was waiting for you to come in and be like, what the frig? It was down 11% this morning. And we've gone up 11% plus 6%. Not bad. So 17% up overall. Yeah, not bad. So, as I was saying earlier, we broke both lines. Boo, she's going to go for a tiny bit. As I was saying, this hopefully will stabilize. Now it's hit the, almost hit the bottom. So it stopped at, yeah, I was going to say a weird spot. It should go, yeah, right down to here. So either here or this green line is where it should stop. Looks like it's going to stop on this line here, which are these guys' bottoms. Yeah, because the slope doesn't count. So you got these guys, tops and bottoms. But once it broke it, because it's very close, then it's going to go. It's all good. Last minute sell off. People taking their earnings. Oh, you're 24.80? Oh, okay. You can do that. Did I misread it? 24.90 is what you typed. Okay. So in this case, this one was you. But I'll put you at 80. That's fine. Not like we have a lot of players here. Well, I think we've had a few moderate whales buy in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I mean, we haven't seen any mega whales. Though these buy-ins could be, mega whale pacing themselves. Like there's been some pretty serious buy-ins. Yeah. Yeah. After hours. If you're a big fish, though, you don't want to play. Like, if you're a business, you'll play in the after hours. But if you're a big fish wanting to make a splash, you're not going to do it in the after hours because you'll overpay. So if you have to trade or you're doing business, you do it in the pre-market and the after hours. But if you're trying to buy up shares, that's not the place to get them on the cheap. Best place to buy them on the cheap is generally the dip at 10 o'clock, right? Or on open like we had today, right? Like if you bought on open, we were down here. So you could have got it at $20 and then you're laughing all the way home, right? Yeah, tiny whales, little orcas, mini belugas. Yeah, all right. We're at the last 15. Little wee whales. That'll do, wee whale. That'll do. All right. Well, DS line, blah, 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 curve is not a function. Do 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 do. Cucumber. Vitamins, minerals, all in high number. I'm still pegging for $30. That was my when I did my DD or my TA or whatever you want to call it back in January, February. Our core underlying trend line has us for around $30 at the end of the month. And I will laugh if we hit 30 on the dot by the end of the month. But that was my bet. And of course, I made that bet when we were around, I think, $10, $12. So that was really the big risk. So remember when I made that like $20,000 bet that it was going to crash, right? My timing was off, but my reasoning was right. And, you know, I should have short sold instead of made an option, but I was trying them out. But when we were at 78, you know, everyone's like, "Oh fuck, it's going to 1,000, it's going to 100,000. Oh, the sky's the limit." You remember all that, right? And I know, and you've now seen exactly what I was talking about, which is no, our core baseline is around $30 at the end of December, and we are at 70, and it's half a year to go. So you look at how we just plummeted, right? So some stuff pushed us over the edge, right? But we were walking on thin ice. And so when you're walking on strong ice, if you get hit with a virus or you get hit with a car or whatever, you can walk it off, right? Because you're stable. But we were so far in the clouds, it only took the slightest. And then, of course, we got hit with some heavy duty stuff. You know, we got fucked over by Wanda at 14. Then we got hit with Delta, and then a few other things. Then Omicron, and then yeah, just fuck us, right? But anyways, here we are, looking like we're gonna end the year at 30. Case in point, right? So, anyways, you know, I don't like tooting my horn too much, but as I keep saying, you know, I got 6 years of experience doing this. I've seen this, I've walked through this, I've lived this, and, you know, I can't make perfect decisions every time, but, you know, what I'm saying doesn't come from ignorance. So when I start to get all panicky and worried, it's because this is what happens. Now, unfortunately, I got fucking stuck, but normally that panic keeps me out. But fuck, I misread that fucking Delta. I was like, yeah, okay, we're gonna get hit, but we're still looking good. And fucking Delta. Ugh, I could have been trading. Oh well, lesson learned. Next time we have a global pandemic, I'll be a little more defensive. Look, guys, I learned from the last one that Ebola. I'll be saying that to the next crowd of people that I talk to. Good times. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna hit 30, but I think we're gonna try. Like, I can show you the trend line after we're done because I'll have to delete the crap on the screen. But we can go back and look at the trend line. It shouldn't take that hard or take that long to draw, and then you'll see that we probably are just skirted under it. And now we're getting drawn back up. So, anyways, yeah, good times. But yeah, when we hit 70, there was a very good chance we'd come back down to 14. And the idea on that is that we overbought. Now we're going to sell and we're going to swing the pendulum the other way. Then we'll come back and level out. We managed to hold, but when you're up in the clouds, as I keep saying a million times, right? Eventually, always, gravity takes over every fucking time. And people are, no, it doesn't. Every fucking time. It's just a matter of when, right? So we held out pretty good, and then we got nailed. And here's gravity. We bled what, almost 50% in less than a month. So that's gravity. And actually, as is, we're still above, you know, we're following the kind of the hype line, but we're still above what the company is worth. So we can still go lower, but the hype line is kind of the bare bottom, I think, which is somewhere probably around closer to 30, since we're only 2 weeks away. And I predicted we'd be somewhere between 30 and 50. And 30 would probably be the hype lowest, right? I didn't expect us to dip into the 20s this close to the end of the year. I figured that dip would have happened in the fall. But, COVID and COVID, right? We actually recovered in the fall because COVID Delta was going out the door. Then we get hit with Omicron, and then, fuck it. So it really threw off the numbers or the timings. But all things aside, you have a group of people that aren't going to sell, and you have a group of people that it doesn't make any sense to sell. The people that bought in at 78, those fuckers are toast. So they're going to make sure that bottom line that used to be at 2, that moved to 7, then went to 12 or 10 or 8, actually 8. Remember how long we were at 7.5 and 8? Jeez, like 3 months. Then there's the 14, which we blew through considerably fast. We went from 12 to 14, 14 to the moon, faster than I ever thought we would. But all these people are going to be bag holders, right? A lot of people bought in around 9, 10, 8. So those people aren't going to sell until their money's back up at the 70s, right? So anyways, that's kind of our core. So that's going to stop us from going to zero, basically. Now, if AMC tries really hard, they could drive us to zero, but you'd have to fuck up. You'd have to be GME, you'd have to really fuck up. So anyways, we'll take a look at the baseline, since today luckily was not red. Oh, today was red. I don't know what would tomorrow be. I don't think we could have taken another 20% day. We would be ending the day below 20. Well, we'd be in the 18, 17s, and then that's a hop skip to 15, hop skip to 14, back to 12, and it's like, and then we get our strength somewhere between 12 and 14, and it's like, oh, fuck me. Yeah, so. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going back to 70. You mean 2470? You more. No, he meant 20. No, sorry, he meant 70 cents. We're going back to 2000, December 2020. Yeah. All right. So 6 minutes. And it looks like we are almost out the door. All right. So just a small push, and then we should have this wedge breaking out. And then we'll break out about that much, which puts us at model 3. And does that complete another shape? No, actually, it doesn't. So even though we're going to get the breakout here, this is the corner. So then we're going to start to roll. So we're actually not probably going to make it. The breakout means we go to model 3, but we're going to get rubber banded back because we got a shoulder here we didn't pay for. Yeah. I don't know what it's doing right now. I can't tell if that was the attempted breakout and it just got shot at the same time. Could be. That could be what it is. So, right, you got a U shape right here. It completed the U shape, right? And now it's doing, when you have a U shape, it's doing the handle part, right? But it did it all in the same minutes. So the start, the up, and then the down that starts the handle was all in the same minute. So it went whack, whack. Now, if this was a true handle, we wouldn't have gone deeper than probably here. So if we see this pull back up, then it's probably a handle. If it doesn't pull up, then it might be people just selling off in the last 5 minutes and it's a change of personality. Hard to tell. We have also completed a crown shape. Sort of. No, not really. No, this is more of a failure. Failure to break out is probably what this was. Looks like a crown, but it's missing a piece here. It just gave up on, that's a lot of fucking lines. It just gave up on life. This should not be breaking down. Is GME in a tumble? A little bit. Not hugely, but a bit. Decent tumble. So it's going green and we're currently green. Large volume sell there, but it was completely destroyed. Interesting. That volume just jumped. Yeah, I think this is just the last couple minutes sell off. Okie dokie. So this is going to be FOCs. Since we went up almost 20%, it makes sense people would profit take. You want to lock it in. Normally that kind of takes place around 30 minutes out, which is where this see, you can see with GME, right? 30 minutes out, it started burning off. We kind of held a little longer because it did look like we were going to get a push out of this. But I think we just finally, gravity took over. So even though we were doing okay, GME just kept going down. So we eventually got swamped. And then the people are like, okay, I'm done, shutting off for the day, blah, 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 blah. All right, well, congrats on the win. Unless there's going to be a multi-bazillion-dollar buy-in at the last second. There's no support on slopes, so we can go right back down to 20 and 15 and 10 and 18, 27. So this is probably some rubber banding back to this green line because it blew through it too quickly. But if it continues red, it will fall much further. So this is just getting pulled back. Didn't have enough energy to escape. But GME is still tanking. Come on, little green. Hold on to the life raft. So we held on. If GME goes green, then we might get a chance. Might just pull a rabbit. We shouldn't go any higher than 24.65. If we can get through this 47 line. We're clunking our head against. Okay, we're in the last minute and 10 seconds. Yeah, I'm going to go with 24.40. I don't think we're going to touch that line and then we're going to get kicked down because it's going to be the third try. And if we don't touch that line, then we're just going to start burning from here on down. It'll take a lot of volume to get through that line. Oh, GME's going green. Oh, maybe. So that's the third touch. So now this is do or die. Either it musters up the courage. GME is green. GME's pushing. Oh, it might have the courage. Oh, GME just floored it. Nope. Taking back some of its flooring. Do or die. Oh, it's a do. Nice. Okay, we got 5 seconds left. Should get pulled back to 40. Oh, no, it held it. It kept up the push. Nice. Jeez. Not bad. Strong finish. All right. I'm going to quickly look at the bigger picture. Congrats, FOC. Clicky click. Go to the 1 year. Scroll, 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 scroll. Okay. So if we look at here, right? So at the end of the year, that puts us anywhere between 18 to 26. But let's tighten that up and make it a little bit better. That 26. So I want 30. Do that. Nope. Nope. Extra nope. That looks better. All right, well, that's close enough. But you see how this is kind of our core baseline, right? So we go up too high, we come back, but we're building, new highs, right? Then we just floor it to the middle of nowhere, right? And now we're going basically back into channel, right? And so when we were here, I was expecting us to go back into channel here, rest, and then figure ourselves out, right? But we instead pushed, which was pretty amazing. But then gravity basically came and murdered us. This is Delta, and this is Omicron. I forget what this is. But anyways, yeah, so we're basically just following along this. But the good news is, somewhere between 20 and 30 is our core, and then we really can only go up from here. So yeah, it's good. Hopefully we don't go back down to these levels, but a year has passed. There's no reason that we should retest these lines, because ultimately a stock is, if it's growing, it's a diagonal line. So your chart, right, are mountains on a diagonal base. The chart is not this, right? That would be a company that has no growth. Because it's on a diagonal, right, your chart's doing this. And if we delete the diagonal, you end up seeing something that looks like that, right? Or something that looks like this. You'll never see something like this over the course of a year unless the company is some weird ass useless company, right? So, anyways, growth, burn off, heavy drop, growth, burn off, growth, heavy burn, and then this is it. And this is them in a debt cycle with no recovery. And I mean, it is possible that we could enter something like that. We could go sideways for a bit, but we've already really gone sideways for a bit. If people wanted to sell, they would have sold here, right? So I think we're okay. I think we found our support line. Our stocks are looking good. Life is looking good. Well, our next earnings are looking pretty good. Yeah. Just sucks we had to go through. How much was that, anyways? So we burned off 52% of the company in less than a month. That is fucking painful. And from peak to now, in the span of 195 days, we've lost 70% of the company. Nice and painful. But if you bought in just before the rise, right? At $9, you're looking at 6 times your money plus. So you're not really hurting. Yeah. Anyways, cool beans, and I'll see you all tomorrow.